Hello. It is time. Okay.
All right. Friction.
Friction needs to be solved after legs. Update ground state and applied locally to the ground leg body in physics mode or the main body in virtual mode. Okay. The good thing is, well, whatever I choose here is only really going to be amplified. Open this. As long as I'm not applying like friction greater than what am I trying to say? Greater than the velocity does like change direction, then I should be good. Hang on. Let me see something here. So the main body is traveling. Okay, well now it's coming back. Okay. Right. Right now I'm just not even doing that. I shouldn't be paying attention to that. I should only be looking at how the body behaves here. And I think it is slowing down. Maybe it's not actually slowing down. But yeah, okay. Incremental improvements. I guess let me just think about this whole plan again. This chat thing. Okay. I wonder if I could actually make all of the leg bodies behave kinematically. So basically what I do is I still rely on position constraints to keep them kind of fixed in place. But also I rely on the fact that the IK is going to provide me the correct positions. And basically I try to slide every leg per chain to its destination, and if there's no collision, then all is good. But if a collision does happen, I instead set the motor velocity Or I can also just read the last frame and say, was there an impact on the last frame? If there was a collision on the last frame, or from collision response, then I need to use motor for, I don't know, a second or something. And then I can go back to regular IK sliding, or kinematics collision behavior. That would make things a lot easier, I think. It would mean that maybe I'd need to do that. I can kind of like forget all of the motor. Well, not really forget the motor stuff, but a lot of... Okay, so first of all, the good thing is a lot of what I need to change right now doesn't really care about that. Until I get here. But then I think this is still going to be good to have either way. Basically, it solves the problem of the crawler being really unstable and kind of being unpredictable, and also just doing a lot of work when it probably shouldn't be doing work. Like, I could just disable the joints, or I guess I wouldn't disable the joints. I just let the joints run their normal velocity position stuff, but I'm never going to be assigning velocity to them. So they're just going to be sliding to their position until I read that I'm probably going to have an impact, and then I can use velocity. The only issue there is that if there is a velocity impact, it's always going to act as if it was hitting something that was sitting still. So collisions will... I won't really be allowed to have any head-on collisions, or even collisions that are at similar like speeds. Like if something's traveling here, if the crawler's running forward and a piece comes from the back and hits it, it should probably basically behave as if the contact was like a very slow contact. But what happened if I was doing pure kinematic and then suddenly flip the physical is that the whole body would probably like stop in place and then fall down instead of like continuing forward. Which I guess if that's... No, I just wouldn't have that at all. Because I would be sliding forward and I would miss that collision. Hi, Yulia. Yeah, I think just for that I can't jump from kinematic to the other way. I have to keep velocities. Okay. I mean, good idea to think about, but that the problem of like something coming from behind and impacting it does make it bad. So I have to stick with velocities. I mean, I suppose at low speeds, I could probably be kinematic. I just feel like that's probably too much management. I'll keep that idea. That could still be an option as like some sort of optimization in the future to if something I know is like at low velocity, like less than a meter per second probably, or maybe half a meter a second, then I can just move it kinematically to match the IK. Probably especially for like animations, which I don't think I'm gonna have any animations, but at low relative speeds, I could just do kinematic slides on joints. So at the very least, if I were to have some sort of animation or some small motion, even IK can do small motions, those will match really, really well. But also those actually move really fast too, so those probably wouldn't even work. Okay, okay. Friction is solved after lag is update ground state and applied locally to the ground like body or the main body. Right. So I'm just in pure IK right now. So I need to have friction working. I'm gonna kind of ignore what the legs are doing and just make it so that friction is applying back on the body. So what I think I might do is probably have... I probably do the solve... the calculate ground vectors. Should not do this, but it will keep track of this, and then it will apply it before these. So I'll probably do like... Maybe, oh yeah, I think what I was gonna say is I do, instead of solve like offsets, this will be solve like forces. Because this is just going to expand. Because it already does a little bit more than offset, it also does anti-gravity. And this is where I'm doing a lot of impulse stuff. So this will be good for anti-gravity because if friction is included inside of that, then we're going to be good. Yeah, but I think this is going to add it up. This is going to save it, and then it's going to apply it inside of here. It's going to apply it first, and then allow anti-gravity and all that to take hold. Okay. This is going to be a sum of impulses. Let me double check this. I'll be right back. I'm back. Killer Bean is coming June 8th. I don't know what that is. What is that? Do you know at least the meme? No. I don't know what that is. A game in production for 30 years. Never heard of that. Okay. Send you something on Discord for later. How's your day? It's alright so far, I guess. What about you? How's your day been? I do recognize that model. It was nice, a bit hot though. Today is looking to be hot around where I am. Which if it's too hot, then that means I have to close the window, which will suck. I don't want to do that. That's all I know to the model. Like I tried to make this game since the 90s. That's just crazy. Hopefully it's not a case where he works on it so intermittently that new technology comes out and then he just decides, well, now I gotta integrate this new technology, and then the cycle repeats forever. Plus losing interest. I was watching, well, let me say this, why I'm like suddenly changing, or not really changing, but I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe with AI, he might actually be able to make fast progress in new technologies. Or if that is what's happening, scope creep just keeps changing and he can't keep up. But anyway, yesterday I'm like always looking to see if there's anyone I mean, who am I to speak, right? But if there's anyone interesting doing game dev or even just kind of like programming in general on Twitch, and it's happened twice now that I'm like, I'm just kind of watching someone for like maybe a half hour, and then I notice after they just kind of sitting idle, not saying anything or doing anything for a bit, the mouse goes off screen for about 5 minutes and then comes back and pastes in like 30 lines of code. And I'm like, oh, okay. It's just... I don't know. I don't know why. And then, okay, it was someone, maybe I shouldn't say too much because then like there's a chance someone could figure it out, but I mean, I'm not saying that they were trying to hide it. It's just that I don't want to watch someone copy pasting code. But anyway, they were trying to align a menu screen. So like they would click a button and it would show the UI for settings. They have the UI done, they just need to make it show up. So they click the button, nothing happens. All right, understandable, right? So basically what's happening is like the translational offset of the element is off screen. So it's just appearing like outside of view. And I was thinking they could just put tool at the top of their script because they had an offset parameter. So they could put tool at the top of the script and then click 2D and then tweak the offset and it would update. Or they could just go into the 2D and then type in the values until it lines up and then copy those values into the offset. This took them like 20 minutes to figure out. They didn't do either one of those. They kept copy pasting code until it worked. So weird. And from the looks of it, it looks like the game was kind of done. They were just like putting the UI together. Like how? Well, at least in this case, there was something wrong. It really looked like they had no idea what they were doing. They were just kind of like totally detached from what they were trying to do and just prompting their way to the solution at all cost kind of thing. I don't know how you like complete a game and never use tool. I didn't see into the game. It's just that from my expectation, when you start going into menus, you're done with the game. At that point, you're like done with the game. Or you're like very far along. They had like a huge file structure. They had all these art assets that I could see. They had like 30 scripts on the side. They had tons of UI elements. Like it was all there. It's just like took them like several minutes to type in 0 essentially because the AI like gave them some initial value that was just wrong and they just never tried anything on their own. Unless you're a noob and the first thing you focus on is the main menu. Yeah. That's also another thing. I feel like I've seen a few people, they want to make a game, but really all that they want to do was like make UI and do art. It really doesn't look like they wanted to make a game in the first place. And then if they ever get past that part and they have to start making the game, that's when the project dies. because they didn't really want to do that. All right. You know what I wonder? I wonder if I could like, if it was like perfectly accurate, or at least like 99% accurate, or like the only mistakes were like trivial stuff, like a typo in a variable name. If I could, if I was like, I don't remember what this code does, and just fed it to an LLM, and if it could tell me, like basically give me like a mini tutorial on what the code I wrote a month ago does, that would be nice. Because I don't have to spend time reading this and trying to understand, why did I figure that this was the way to do it? Maybe that's also my fault. Maybe I should have actually written a comment about why this is how I should do it. Essentially what I'm getting at here is I'm missing whether or not applying friction at this point is safe. I guess technically I know that it's safe because this is after friction has already been applied. So say that's what comments are for. If you try it, no, I can't. Well, I have tried it, and every time I try it, like, I already know after like 3 seconds of reading the code that it's wrong about everything that it says. I'm like, actually, no, you're not right. That's incorrect. And even sometimes it's even been like super pessimistic for some reason. It's like, oh, by the way, this is a bug. And I'm like, no, that's not a bug. That's on purpose. And I didn't ask you to tell me anything wrong with that. I just wanted to explain what it's doing. Used the Gemini Flash. I don't. It was just ChatGPT. It was Raiden, by the way. Mr. Raiden Halo. He convinced me to try it, and I tried it, and I'm like, I already know it doesn't understand the code. And it was also like pointing out like a bunch of bugs. I'm like, the thing is, it like nerd sniped me too, because one of them I was like, wait a second, that you might be right. That might be a bug. And then I really, got into code and understood. I'm like, no, that definitely wasn't a bug. Like maybe at best I might have had like a 90% accurate variable name or something. It wasn't like a totally accurate variable name. So instead of like comprehending the code faster, I just read a bunch of things that were wrong, and then I wasted like 5 minutes investigating something that was never a bug. But it did a good job of convincing me that it was. Which I think that's probably the worst thing. That's probably why people should definitely not do that, is because even it can just convince you that you were wrong about something when you weren't. Linus is also giving up on LLMs. Did you see that last blog post about Bug Hunter tool he was using? No. Dude, my life is like this, and then I watch gameplay videos, and then I go to bed, and then I repeat. I try to like look around on Twitch sometimes, but that's like it. And Ilya, yeah. He said it was a mistake in a nutshell. It's your window of misinformation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're like you can be a good source. At least of things to laugh at. I think generally people are way happier when they are not looking around at news online. I definitely am. Oh, man. I'm so not very focused. Okay. I got stuck because I couldn't figure out what to call this variable. So it's not friction force. I need to essentially have impulses that I apply to each point. So I guess I could... An impulse is a position, a direction, and a force. It can be summarized in 6 numbers. Do I need to make a list? I don't want to make a list. Yeah, I don't want to do a list. I can just sum up the change in linear. So I guess I'll just do like linear, like friction linear. And angular. And just reset them at ground vectors. And then compute them in here. So this is technically an angular force. But what is this? This is supposed to be the angular force from friction. Leg force is 0. How long has that been there? How long has 0 been there? Oh, it's been there for a while. Like, I understand why I did it. It was to test turning it off to see something, but then I didn't turn it back on. It's also only angular, so it's not even doing friction in the first place. Lame. When did I do it? I mean, the thing is, that's just dumb. I shouldn't have committed that. That should not have made it. Last week. Work on a physical skeleton test. That's not what I meant to do. $1,000 lines changed? Yeah, that just wasn't supposed to make it. Stupid. So leg ground relative contact velocity is just the pure relative contact velocity. I should slide out the ground normal, so I have a pure friction impulse. So leg ground velocity is now just the friction velocity term. Ground relative contact velocity. I guess that's fine. Yeah, that should be good. Wait, no. That's actually kind of really bad. No way! Wait. This is not how velocities add up. That's not right. This should be like a factor of the number of legs that I have. Or it needs to be an average. It needs to be divided by grounded leg count. Honestly, honestly, do I wonder if an LLM could have noticed that? It looks so correct, but that's horrible. I'm like quintuple, sextuple counting velocity when all my legs are on the ground. That's why it jitters so badly. The curl maintainer guy tested Mythos against his repo, flagged 4 false positives as dangerous bugs and 1 low bug. Wasted 34,000 on tokens. Test it later, I doubt it though. Test what? But the thing is, if I say, what's the bug here? I'm gonna do it live. I'm gonna do it live right now. I don't know if ChatGPT will just suddenly present my exact street address, so I'm actually gonna double check on a different tab. I'm gonna say it to you. There is a problem with this code. And then I think I do like. I think it uses. Okay. I did the test run. I'm gonna delete that 0. It pointed out the 0 and it got really fixated on that. Also, I'm gonna provide the whole function because this should be all the context it needs. Which GPT though? I don't know. Just whatever. Whatever it presents me with. Okay. I don't know if I'm supposed to do it like this, but whoops. Okay. Can we? Wait, try again. Just try again. Try again. Try again. I gotta be polite. I gotta have the capital T there. There's a No. If I could hit enter correctly. And then... How did I get out of this? Wait, how did I get out of this? I just hit back. Do I have to log in? But it's going. It is doing something. Did they really take that off? Do you have to log in? But the thing is, if I log in, they're going to track it and they're going to change the responses based on other conversations is what they do. Or they like they like tag you and remember you. It basically turns into like Google search, where if I Google search for something, suddenly my YouTube results are different. Right? Like that's like totally unrelated. But they're like, "Oh, we know." That kind of thing. I want to know. Problem. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do move tab to new window. Do this. Bring it here. Alright, here we go. After they're bleeding.
Doe. Okay.
This dog just hacked very loudly. They're dying. Use another Gmail. Use temp mail. The system just doesn't flag domains for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why. Alright, well, this is just the whole function. The biggest problem is likely this line, max leg mass. Type local variables are not automatically initialized. Okay, that's literally not a problem. And just scroll past that one. Dangerous one, division by 0. I can guarantee that neither of these two parameters are 0. Ground rel con velocity is inconsistent with ground velocity. I compute leg ground velocity, leg ground rel con velocity, slide the ground normal, and then I add the leg ground velocity. Ground velocity is tangent to the ground, still contains normal components. That may be intentional, but this also creates odd angular impulses because I later use... Do I? Wait, what? This might be real. No, that's right. Because this is not friction. This is just a pure response from the leg impacting the ground that I'm passing up. Which I should not do if I'm in physical mode, and I must do it when I'm in IK mode. Oh, I'm stuck outside agents or an ID, so this is pointless. No. It has all the context it needs. I actually want that. Center of mass is usually already local to the body transform. Yes. Huh? No. What? It is not. In Godot 4, center of mass is usually already local to the body transform. Yes. It is, which is why I subtract it. Scales strangely with mass. But power already derives from mass. It doesn't understand... Okay, so I guess it's missing this information. This is a scalar between 0 and 1. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. You accumulate... it was so... Okay, no, it did. It told me. Number 5. It finally told me. But it explains it weirdly. I accumulate all velocities. Yes, and that is then normalize. But I'm not. Wait. Okay, normalize... I'm not. I'm normalizing it for ground direction. But yes, I mean they're still right there. But I would average velocity before I normalize it. And I have to make sure it's not 0, because if it's 0, then which I already do the check. If the legs oppose each other even slightly, the sum can oscillate near 0 and flip direction frame to frame. This one's kind of actually correct. That's sort of what I see. All right. But it was number 5. All these other ones are definitely not real. And that's on purpose. Because okay. This is like pedantic saying leg force. Because I'm technically multiplying by inverse mass, which now becomes no longer a force. It becomes just the change in velocity. Or the acceleration. A little pedantic. If you're using for free, this is probably GPT-4. Well, here's what they do. Every day they let you use like their latest model, and then they tell you too many tokens, and they go back to 4. I haven't used it in like a week, so this is definitely their strong one, right? I don't even know. But that's what they do, right? I mean, I don't know if they tell you that they do that, but I've known that the few times I use it, it'll tell me you've run out of your free something. Hey, Danilin. I was looking to see if an LM could pick out a bug that I just found, and it found it on its 5th thing, which honestly, I feel like is bad. Potential invalid dictionary access. I mean, it's like throwing stuff at a wall, but this is the only one that's real. I think it's monthly now. I don't know. I haven't used it in a long time. So if it would be the latest one and it would tell me and it's not telling me, then yeah. But I can be sure that grounded leg count is calculated prior to this. And I know that if grounded leg count is at least 1, then is on floor is true. And if grounded leg count is 0, then is on floor is false. So that's already handled. Which I do think is maybe a little bit confusing, and maybe I need a comment there to say is on floor is guaranteed to be true. Ask Gemini is really good at Godot. Okay, we'll go see if Gemini can... I'll actually leave a comment here as well. Notes. Do I use grounded leg count? Wait, what? What? How did it know? Wait, how does it even know that I have a variable like that? Oh, it's grounded leg count. Wait, leg ground? Huh? Wait, what's this variable? Grounded leg. Did I not type grounded leg count and it just told me it wasn't there? What did I miss? Wait, where was it? Which one was this in? I didn't even mention that variable here. See, this is how it knows, man. I swear. It's already indexed my code. It's already done it. It already knows. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna see. Can Gemini crack it? Flash? Pro. Advanced math and code. I'm even giving it help. I'm actually giving it help. I'm telling it right here, is on floor is a grounded leg count not equals 0 test. Oh, I need to copy this. Copy my corrected version. By corrected, I just mean I give it a little bit more context about what's happening, so it might not hallucinate. Not really hallucinate, but just like be wrong. Use Pro, not Flash. I checked Pro. I'm gonna wait till it responds. It's really thinking about it. Analyzing the equations. Hacking the, dude, it's still going. It's like it keeps updating what it's doing. I'm just going to start saying it. Improving the explanation, improving the math, confirming the methodology. It's just been doing this for like a minute. Improving the clarification. All right. Oh! It told me instantly what the problem. It actually got it. It was instant. Okay, I say instant. It took it a long time, but it noticed it. And it was the first. This is the first thing that it said. It wasn't GPT where it said like 4 untrue things, a 5th thing, and then a 6th untrue thing. Did you explain anything or just gave the code? It is just the code. I said there's a problem with this code, and I gave it this whole function. I added this clarification because GPT got really stuck on this one. It kept talking about the stuff being zeros, division by zeros. So I just said, all right, I'm going to add this in here and maybe... I can spot a couple... Okay, so couple is probably an exaggeration. Mathematical bugs. Can you move erratically? Blah, 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 blah. The velocity accumulation bug logic here. Inside your leg loop, you're accumulating ground velocity for a grounded leg. However, you never divide these totals by the number of grounded legs. There's 4 legs standing on a platform moving at 5 meters per second. Your code has that velocity 4. It make clear to think the ground is moving at 20 meters per second. That is true. That is what it does right now. This one, and then it actually goes back, I think, to the other thing where it's complaining about this. Power times velocity is an impulse. Multiplying this by, you divide the mass right back out, turning leg force back into raw velocity. And that is how I mean to use it. This is another pedantic thing where it's saying, because I've called leg force, it's actually velocity, but I treat it like it's velocity. It's just the wrong name. Reinventing. I should use it. No, I should not, because I want to determine. Okay, well, that's actually the only thing it said. And this is like, you're stupid. This is what it's telling me. It's like, you're being stupid. This one is, because an impulse is already a change in momentum, you do not multiply by step. But I have velocity. I have acceleration. I wish it would tell me exactly what it changed and maybe a little bit of highlighting. Oh. But calculate the lever arm. Okay, this is the funny thing, because the other one also used R. GPT gave me a response that said it was using R. Try to be more detailed. If you don't give context, yeah, we'll try to guess. Well, I think it has enough. It didn't, did it complain about that line? Okay, good, it didn't complain about that line. The meaning here is that this is a value from 0 to 1, and I limit it to the max leg mass. Can I make this wider? No, that doesn't change anything. Calculate the actual impulse mass times velocity. Power. Okay, the thing is, power is also not power. Power is actually mass. This is like leg mass. Might be a better name. It's almost like AI can be useful. Well, here's the thing. I already knew the problem, and I kept refining my question to remove initial bugs that I was getting stuck on. Well, I say bugs. Mistakes that it was making. There was an obvious one, though. I had a zero multiplication, which I already knew was there as well. But yeah, really all it's told me is that I have 4 names, which is true. I definitely have 4 names. Force offset also didn't complain about this, which is good. Also, this is actually... Actually, I don't know. This just seems weird. Now I don't really understand why this code does this. This is supposed to be an impact force. But why do I include the gravity power? They just told me what I already know. That's why I asked. Well, here's the thing. I should, if I don't trust AI, I should approach it knowing what it should tell me and see if it can tell me what I already know. Then I can build trust with it. Oh, my use Ellen's for 5 minutes, now he's dumb. Yeah. I think what I'm looking for is, because I even say it here in the comment, reduce the applied force and like should not be holding the ground. So if it's a pulling force, so if it's acting against my current angular velocity at that point, then, or actually more like the sum of the linear plus the angular velocity at that point, then, yeah, I think my physics probably is not totally accurate here. Is the right approach just like the calculator? Well, I mean, when you're like learning math, the calculator is so simple that you should probably just trust it. If the calculator gives you a different answer, then you're the one who's wrong. Local ohms are getting better too, so I have no idea these idiots who are already struggling with this will fight against that. That probably is one of the problems with trying to monetize that, is because they've made the research public. And it's also not magic.
Dog.
Are they going to convince people to pay for this with free local ohms for China, who are very useful already? And the calculator we trust. Dog, you... But you're fine. Okay. Well, since I'm already going to be working on this, I will fix the code, improve it. I probably should correct for this, and it might also... I don't know, is it wrong? Because power... Okay, so power is a bad... Power's not right, it should be mass. I think I am also possibly just forgetting... Okay, well, part of it is I'm not trying to... Or rather, I am. I'm trying to minimize rotational force, and I should also be trying to minimize linear rotational. I'm trying to minimize rotational acceleration. But you know what? This part, honestly, you know what? That part's already fine. I don't think you need to touch that. Yeah, it's probably just the naming. Well, this is kind of weird. This is technically mass. I do mass times inverse mass to get a acceleration. And then this is also treated... Is that right? Should this be an impulse? I mean, I might be kind of wrong about this too. It's possible. It may be why... I mean, okay, first of all, this is the big mistake. This is the major mistake. Also, this might not be right, because I feel like I have noticed that when one leg is on, it rotates well, but then when two legs are on, it kind of just doesn't rotate at all, or rotates less than it should be, that kind of thing. And it might be because I actually just have a miscalculation here. But I was already suspicious of it, so. Yeah. I will be right back. I'm going to go take the dog out. back. Okay, so I have leg friction linear, leg friction angular. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add all those up. Okay, so this should be probably not called power. I will call this leg mass. There we go. If we should not be applying ground forces, there's something else here where if we're on an impact, well, okay. This is more for friction, right? But on an impact, I can't reduce it. It should be full. Also, I know that what I'm going to be doing here soon is doing this. I'm going to be converting that ground raycast into a spring cast. So be casting out, but then also acting like a spring all the time. Also, there was an idea that I had where I can set up joint constraints on the physics server and allow physics to run there, and then I don't have to do calculations on my side. So I would just say for specifically well, okay, I guess there actually is a problem with that, because if I have a velocity forward, the spring is going to basically have to be like some kind of free spring. So it acts in this direction that I gave it, but it should be allowed to slide wherever. But in doing so, it should also only apply it to like a specific point on the main body. So it'd be like a detached spring. So spring would assign like this. So from center, the contact point of the ground to with a vector pointing to the center of my main body mass. And even though it would slide forward, it would not correct for position, and it would still sum up that force as if they were on top of each other and apply it as if it was like that. I don't know if it even supports that. But ideally, maybe that's what I would do. I would have a custom joint constraint that I just have, not a joint constraint, but a spring constraint that I have that exists in the world. And then, or maybe it could be like a 6 degree of freedom joint, because I think that uses, yeah, that has springs. I would just have to allow it to move, or to be free. It's weird. All right, well, leg mass. I think I'm going to write a to-do here, because part of this is that oh, maybe no. Maybe I just treat this as friction, but I still leave this as the full contact response. So okay, there's two things here. If the physical skeleton is enabled, then actually it's more like if it's not enabled. If we don't have this on, and we should not be applying this, then I reduce it. I just totally reduced the applied leg force. Hey, Danilin, if you... Well, normally when you stream, it's like the same time that I'm streaming. There's only been a few times that I've been able to watch your streams. I do like watching you use Blender. So yeah, in the case that we're not on physical skeleton, this is the collision response. I want to move that over to, I guess, the ground leg cast, so I don't want to apply that. I want to only allow the spring cast to work. I don't want to apply that to the body. But if we are in physical skeleton mode, I don't want to do this. I want to have a full collision response. Well, actually, it might be the case I don't do this at all. Yeah, actually, I shouldn't be doing this at all. So, let me think about this. Do I totally turn this off? I will make the guns. Sometimes I've been documenting all my ideas. Really want my weapons to look heavy and strong. The shotgun model that I made, which was just putting together CSG shapes for zombie game, I really liked how that looked, even though it was so simple. So maybe you could just make it blocky and simple looking. And that actually does a lot. And also large. They gotta be oversized. The shotgun was like 4 times larger than it was supposed to be. But it didn't look too bad next to the other ones that were properly sized. Yeah, just some ideas. But you do whatever you want. Do I just not do this at all? I feel like I don't do this at all. I think I still probably calculate... Okay, actually that's where it is. So I still have to calculate the ground velocity and the stuff, but I'm not calculating these. I'm ignoring these. I need ground direction velocity relative to contact velocity. But I'm only doing this stuff in this case. Most of it in this case. This one I think still should come up here. And in fact, I'm going to do everything, and then if we have a physical skeleton, then I'm just calling continue. Good organization. Keeping things flat. Not having a million indentations. All my guns will be big, even the smaller ones will need 2 hands to carry. Awesome. That's a great idea. So I compute the leg ground velocity. I don't even know why I do this here because I don't even reuse it. I'm just using the leg or relative contact velocity, so I should probably just do this. And ditch that. Ground relative contact velocity, ground velocity, and then as on floor is effective at ground leg count not equals 0. So then down here I say it should be an average of all these together. Grounded leg count. Divisions. I've got a question. At what point would it be more performant to pre-calculate a division and then just do multiplications? I think probably never. In fact, that actually should probably never be more performant. Because it's the difference between doing one division or one division plus one multiplication. Obviously, the one division is going to be better. Unless for some reason you need to divide... Unless for some reason you need to divide twice. One division could be better. Now, I think in this case it's definitely still preferable. In the general case, just do the two divisions over one division plus two multiplications. Yeah. Okay. Calculate leg mass. Leg force should be leg mass times that. Now it's actually a force. This will just be like effective, what is it? It's like effective. This is already true. So now leg force is going to be this. So this is going to be its relative contact velocity. And then friction. So it's going to do two things. So I have leg friction angular is going to be something. Leg friction linear is going to be easier to calculate first. So it should be, I want an acceleration and I have a force. So to get an acceleration out of a force, I have to pull out the mass, right? So in this case, it would be leg friction linear is going to be an impulse. Let me just go review. Impulse times inverse mass, and this is going to be inverse inertia tensor cross. Wait, what? Hang on. The impulse. Okay. Right. And then angular would be, I think it is just taking, right? So rotation is just rotating it. So this is getting the tensor, I think, out of it. But then we're just multiplying it by this. So in position minus M position. I believe M position is center of mass. So it's relative to center of mass. In position minus, yeah, minus this stuff. Technically, this would be a plus sign right here. This would be combined and this would be a plus, but I'm just doing the minus because that all works out that way. Indeed, rotation rotates it. Yep. So I should just do state inverse inertia tensor, multiply by, whoops, leg. Ground point is in global space. And these are also impulses, so they need to be delta'd. Though I think they both told me not to do this, I know that I have to. I'm sure that I have to. And I can actually just save that calculation for later. Because these are accelerations. I've calculated an acceleration. Okay, so yeah, I think that probably, I guess that must have actually just been kind of a mistake for a while. They had the wrong impulses. Probably also driven by the fact that I was definitely misusing my terms. But otherwise, I was pretty much correct. So I delta it because these are accelerations, and then I average these, and then I check if it's 0. If it is 0, then, or if it's not 0, then I normalize it. Otherwise I do this. Okay. And then now that I've added these up, solve leg forces will add these at the start, I think. Let me check how I... Okay, yeah. If this is friction, this should be added at the start. So I'll do this right away. Oh, so this is actually not called friction. Let me call these not friction then. I add friction on top of this. So it should be like leg. They're not impulses. They are accelerations. So I'll just call this leg accel linear. Here's a problem that I have with like namings like this. I don't like when the differentiator is in the middle. I also don't like it when it's at the end. I prefer it be at the front. So I'll call this linear leg accel and angular leg accel. That's what I will call these. And then I will not delta these yet. I just add them up. And then I'm gonna call this like this is impulse reaction. Should this be negative? This should be negative, right? Because it's a reaction. This should be negative. Wow, I've been like really incorrect. Times the negative ground relative contact velocity. Well, I guess that actually depends on what relative contact velocity means. Relative contact velocity is how I am moving relative to the ground, which means if I'm moving down into the ground, I have a negative, which means I actually apply that back to myself. Right. Also, I guess technically I should be applying it onto the ground as well. But I know that I'm going to use... Okay. Do I run that here? I do run an impulse onto this. This is the anti-gravity force. So not only am I pushing into it... Wait. Oh, no. Okay, I am standing on the floor right now. I am not anti-gravity. The reason I'm standing on the floor is because the floor is constantly pushing back on me, right? Which is just taking my acceleration on the floor and applying it as an acceleration back onto me. So I'm accelerating into the ground at gravity, and then the ground is accelerating me off of it at gravity. So I generally stay attached to the ground. So what does that mean here? It means here I have kind of a problem. Maybe it's fine. I mean, this is calculating afterwards. I don't know. Should I apply it twice? I think if I apply it... So I'm applying it to myself, so this is actually going to push me off the ground when I accelerate into it. But also, I need to sort of push that ground as well. So I believe these actually store the ground state when they collide. They should. They track the ground body. They do not track the ground. They don't keep track of the ground state. Okay. But I can pull it back anyway. So yeah, I'll do the physics response here. I'll grab the ground body, get the direct state, and then apply these impulses back onto the ground. Ground body should be an RID. It is good. And then if we have the ground state, I can just do ground state. I think I can just do apply force. Is probably enough because this will be deltaed for me. Time to init, yeah. So I should do this. So apply force will be applied. Actually, I'll just do this. I'll just do subtract because I know these are supposed to be subtractions. And then apply force here will just be the leg force applied at a position relative to the center, not the center of mass, relative to the body origin. Though, do I run apply force here? How do I do it here? I do apply impulse. But that's because I know that I have sub steps. So it's actually, except I think sub step is actually not anything. Oh no, it is. Okay. So yeah, just the like ground point minus the ground state transform origin. All right. I'll just do apply force because it'll handle everything else for me from there. Okay. Good. This actually now handles the fact that when the crawler like puts its leg on my head, it should actually push me down with some amount of force. At least in IK mode, it will. I need better names for that. I guess virtual and physical mode is probably best to differentiate the two. In virtual mode, in physical mode, but it's also always kind of physical. But it's way more physical. Or at least it's not virtual at all. It's not meant to be virtual at all. Whatever. Sum these up. I do that. I apply the forces. Add leg friction. Add a leg. Accelerations immediately. This section is responsible for stabilizing stabilizing the crawler. I'm just going to make sure that I'm not reapplying anything. I'm not like reading in certain things and reapplying them. Okay. So yeah, this is like a pull and a push. Yeah. Also, what's with this if true here? What is this? More debug stuff I've left over. Total gravity should just be like 9.8, right? It should just literally be called total gravity times desired gravity. Perfect. So then I multiply it by an effective mass, and now it's a force. That's actually correct. It has a direction and a power. power. Direction and effective mass, so that's actually a force. And then apply impulse is also correct. That's a substep because I have to delta it because otherwise the impulse is not going to add up correctly. Okay, so all this looks really good. All that looks right. I say really good, it just looks correct at least. Force vector, total force should be... Yep, shared mass, there it is. Mass, shared mass. Shared mass is just equal between all legs. Yeah, up to the max leg mass, which is this. Okay. But yeah, this whole thing is about stabilization. So... so yeah, I'll just do state, linear velocity, add the linear leg acceleration times state step, and then here I also need to have I need to calculate a friction response. So well, actually, if I think about it, this is like pure friction already. Oh, hang on. Okay, so if this is an impulse reaction, this should be ground normal. This should be dot with the ground normal. Yeah. So like force should be equal to which in this case, the ground normal is going to point up into me. So now I'm actually back to adding it. And this should be applying the opposite. So I extract the velocity in that direction. Okay. So now I have a friction response, which will be the ground relative contact velocity slide the ground normal. So actually now I want to save that. So I will. Back to undoing code that I just wrote out. Or undoing a change I just made. So now this is that slide the ground normal of a friction response. Friction response should be the same thing. It's going to be force, so it's going to be leg mass times that value. Can I sum it up like this, though? I think I should be able to just sum it up, right? So I can just do this. And then do a friction response. Which is basically just going to be a similar force, but applied with a different direction. But I wonder if adding it here means anything. I guess overall it's just going to be a total force collection, right? You can just sum all the forces. Yeah, it should just be a sum of all the forces. So I have the impulse, I have the collision, and then I have friction. The thing is, the friction is going to be not quite the same thing. It's going to be like a factor of that. So in this case, crawler leg grabs the ground friction. Then yeah, I think I should just be using yeah, I'm just using leg mass, I think. And then multiplying by the ground friction. Friction uses the lower of the two values, but then absolutes it, such that if one of them is marked rough, that becomes a negative value. So we prioritize the larger rough value. Which I guess I can extract that, so I'll just grab this up here. Yeah. So smaller value of these two and then absolute value. Now, I already absolute value this, so that's actually bad. I shouldn't do that. Update target position, move with ground velocity. Okay, this is like a poor thing that I'm doing here, but just save that. And then should I say that it's 1 and then not marked rough? Wait a second. Yeah, the collision uses the lowest. Okay, hang on. What do you say about friction? It's not helpful. Okay. Somewhere in here is the exact code. I'm going to find it. It's probably like calculate friction. Okay. Calc friction. Okay. I think it's probably in the setup of the server. So is it just main? Is it just main? Can we just open it, please? Because somewhere here it basically has to pass it and say, here, use this as the physics stuff. Oh, it's in physics, right, okay. Here, it will do it. somewhere. Somewhere they define the exact method that they provide for how friction is calculated. It's like an inline lamp. What? Body param friction. Get friction. Computed friction. What? But it has to calculate computed friction. That's how this works. I don't believe it. How is it? Physics, I'll just look for physics material. I don't know how I'm not finding it. Because they basically provide a function that says, hey, here's how you calculate friction. Okay, let me just look for... I just want to be sure I calculate it correctly. Like I have some good guesses about it. But I just want to be sure. Set combine friction. Okay. Absolute value of the min. There we go. Okay. And get friction includes that, isn't it? Okay. Absolute value of the min. Okay. Friction. Now friction is going to be an impulse multiplied by the mass, the leg mass, multiplied by the velocity, the negative velocity. So it'll be adding leg ground velocity negative of the velocity times the leg mass times friction. Right, good. And then I'll just add those up. Okay. And then now they should also just be put in there. Okay, and I'm dividing correctly now too. All right, run project. Okay, so I can't walk because it's doing like full friction, which is weird. It's weird. It should be able to accelerate. How do we calculate the ground velocity? Is the ground get velocity at local position? That ground rail contact velocity. Re-update. Okay, so I think this is actually a little bit wrong, isn't it? Because this is the relative contact velocity of this leg on the ground. It is not this. This leg can be falling into the ground. And I think that's probably what I actually might pull from here. But I think maybe what I really mean to say is just the relative velocity should actually be tracked by the leg. The leg should track that. Where was its target global position last frame, and where is it this frame? Which I think is exactly what happens. Yes. So I think probably what I should do is I should have update target position happens first. And this probably should calculate these values too, because they are part of this. So I calculate how we want to move. I calculate how we want to move. And then I say, all right, the change between this position and that position is now our relative velocity. Okay. This one's not actually going to use the state. Yeah, this one's actually not going to use that. This is, so when it's grounded, it wants to move at the same velocity as the ground, times the ground friction. When it's in the air, it wants to move just with its step thing, right? If we're stepping, I move where the bone is now to where we want the target position to be at, which was already calculated because we were stepping. Pre-update. Yeah, we try to maintain our current position. Target bone position should be relative to the body, right? Yeah, it's relative to the body. Or relative to the leg. Okay, good. Maybe I should just say snap target position to where the bone is probably what I do. I don't try to maintain current position, I travel with it. Yeah, that actually doesn't make any sense. Target position should just be this. So I'll just say, if we're doing these things, I don't even do try, I do. And if we're grounded, I do this. And I don't really know why these are separate, so I'm just gonna leave a note. Yeah, I think I do check. I'm gonna say this. Do I still have the copy paste here? Did I not copy it yet? So cut that. Should I just make it a new function like update leg velocity? No, because this will calculate it from that change. So for now, I'm actually going to leave it up here. Now I'm going to put it in there because what I'm going to do is I'm also going to save a last global position. So I update the position and then I calculate some change from the previous position. I could do like target last global or something. Yeah, I'll put it here. This should be infinite because I want to make sure I don't. Oops. I want to make sure I don't. I need to make sure I set it when I load. Is what I have to do. So when I get the initial global rest, I think. Okay, somewhere around here, like ready or set up is where it's calculated. Okay, not there. Set up. Okay. Saved right there. I shouldn't have to request this. In fact, this should just be doing like its parent global transform and then multiplying it. Does it actually tell me? I mean, it should just be correct at this point. So I say my not the relative velocity. It's going to be velocity that's like relative to the main body. What? That's not right. Well, the name is right. This is probably just all maybe a little bit wrong, but I don't know. Essentially, when we're grounded, we want to move opposite the body. And then we want to move additionally with whatever the ground velocity is on top of that. Oh, but also this is a bit weird. Okay. So relative velocity needs to be calculated first. But also it shouldn't be. It should just move with the ground velocity. Which ground velocity is... I'm going to describe it. Okay. Velocity of the ground at the contact point. So yeah, I think I want to oppose relative body motion. So this is still probably correct. Relative velocity should be the I think not. I think it's just going to be this should just be I'm going to call this body velocity instead of relative velocity. And then I'm going to save that. So I just have to calculate body velocity before I call that, which is in the pre-update, which is somewhere. Here it is. Okay. Body velocity is obtained. In fact, I think I just kind of want to put this near the top, so it's kind of clear that this is actually calculated really early. So when we are grounded, we definitely want to oppose body velocity. I'm going to go have fun. All right, yeah. Thanks for hanging out. And I think I probably... Do I use relative velocity? I don't think I use it anywhere. So I'm actually just going to have it be like a name change, a variable name change. So now we oppose body velocity. And then I'm going to calculate a leg velocity as the change between their global positions. So I want to do so where I am now and where I was previously. So now ground relative contact velocity is going to be my leg velocity relative to the ground. And I believe, yeah, this is only calculated here for use by the main class. Okay. Okay. So I oppose the body motion. Then I move with the ground. Then I say this leg's relative contact velocity with the ground basically should just be 0 every time. So I'm not really applying any friction. Yep. Now I run. Though it now does struggle to stop. Oh no. Stop. All right, so now it seems like it also cannot stop. But I know that these are correct. I do know that these are correct. Right, yeah. Though it may now be like pushing off a little bit too much. What if I jump on you? You kind of just topple over. Get on this though. What happens now? Wow. All right, so that was wrong. But what was wrong? Okay. It seems like it kind of just accelerates wrong. But also what I know is that these legs are supposed to move with the ground. Which is strange. So why does the body move? Why does the body move? Oh wait, am I doing it wrong again? Wait, what am I doing here? Hang on, what? Okay. I think I'm being really dumb. Um, cut this. Put this here. And then friction, I will be subtracting everything. So it's just leg ground velocity. So when I do this, I'm doing negative, negative, and this is positive. Oh, wait. So the ground normal actually points up, which means this one actually points in the direction that I want to move. Okay, so it is right. But then this is friction. Should probably be negative. Did I even change anything just now? Yeah, see, why is it accelerating off? That's the thing. Why does it accelerate off? Is it because of the body velocity opposition? I think what it should probably actually do is move with the relative velocity, which is kind of what this already is saying. Yeah, I'm just going to say velocity should just be this. Wait, try to maintain relative position. Oh. Move with the ground. So we move it. And then I try to maintain the relative position using deceleration. So I try to stay in the same location as the body. But I actually want... No. I think I do this up here. Try to maintain relative body position using deceleration. And then I move... I move with the ground. So now body velocity is just gone, actually, at this point. Okay, that looked way better. That did look way better. Though it is weird that it just kind of pushes and it doesn't rotate. Though I do see what's happening. It does actually look fine. Just wanted to put one leg on there. Okay, I don't know, it's weird. It actually just kind of accelerates off. Why? You know what? Just do this. Move with the ground. Don't do this, I think. But I think I should do this. I think I should do target bone, move towards... I think I just actually, like, seriously just delete this. I think I really do just delete that. Because right now, this should be applying... That should be applying friction. So why does it not? It needs to move... It needs to move with the ground. No, it needs to be... It needs to be where friction pulls it. Right. So I need to get that body relative thing. Yeah, so I'm calculating like a friction amount. So I need to get... Right. And then this should be... Multiply that by ground friction. Right. So I want to move with the body. It's the body's velocity relative to the ground. So if it's 0, I shouldn't update my position. Then leg velocity will be a change there, which should actually match ground velocity. So it would also be 0. Okay, but it has this weird slide thing happening. Which I can't stop it correctly. But would you just, like, stop flipping directions for a second? Literally what is happening? Alright. Just stop. What's... okay. Okay, so... it's wrong. This is already relative to that, so I'm actually doing... okay. Do that. Do that. Just do that. And then I could be happy. Okay, it's still wrong. What is going on? It's applying friction. Okay, this is okay, so this is the relative velocity of the body at that point. No, I think this is still... okay. So the target should... okay, so every frame the target moves with the body. Every frame the target moves with the body. So when I get to update target position, the body should have already moved from the last frame. Right? So here's the leg velocity. Where am I compared to where was I? And that's leg velocity. Then when I'm on the ground, I now have leg velocity relative to the ground velocity. So then I want to apply that as friction now. And then my relative contact velocity is just going to be that, my leg velocity and the ground's velocity from the last frame. And then I update that. That looks better. All right. Yeah, it looks a bit better. There is one thing that I've been missing here. I need to get a better mass for this. Let me double check some things here. So I have where the leg has moved since last frame, and then I have the velocity of the ground at my current point. So if the ground velocity is 0 and I've moved, I'm going to oppose that as good. Okay, so it's going to oppose it as friction. Good. So that's how I was able to come off and like stop and then come back around. But when it's sliding like that, it should... it should be applying friction now the whole way through, right? So when it comes off, it should stop. It should be stopping. but it's not. It's sliding like really well. Okay. Let's put the camera above. Zip would be so. I just move it up more. Did it hit me? What? What just happened? Also, yeah, here the sliding not slowing it down at all is kind of wrong. So I calculated where I have moved to and where so I have the velocity. So that should now be some positive value minus some value. And then here, I don't see why it's not applying the friction now. It should be applying the friction pretty well. Yeah. I guess I'll just print out linear acceleration down here. Just print it. Also, the legs are moving wrong still, so they are moving wrong. This is supposed to be ground friction, right? So this should be... But they're still definitely just moving wrong. Should be ground relative contact velocity slide. Ground normal. Yeah, see, this one's... That one is moving wrong. because it should be moving backwards at this point. Yeah, so still moving wrong. Because this leg is moving, this one's moving forward and that's still wrong. It shouldn't be doing that. What other prints do I have right now? I need to get rid of a print somewhere. Like, it's good until the body starts moving, and then it just looks completely wrong. So I'm doing some math incorrect here. So the first one is the leg velocity. So I've determined that the Z has increased. Right? The Z is increasing. And then that one is the relative contact velocity now. Or the ground velocity, which says I'm moving says I am moving negative x and negative z. That's not right. I should have positive there. Right? Because the ground relative contact velocity is my velocity subtracting the ground velocity. At this point, the ground velocity here is definitely positive z, positive x. 100% that's positive z, positive x right here. Let me just like... Right. The ground here is moving this way. So ground velocity is positive x, positive z, for sure. So it would be my velocity, which is mostly just positive z, subtracting so it's my relative velocity. I don't get it, because this leg is obviously moving faster than the ground forward, right? Yeah, we're obviously moving faster forward than the ground is. So is the ground velocity wrong? Contact point is in global space. Minus the other state transform origin. Get velocity at local position. Minus its origin. I mean update grounded. Yeah. So leg velocity is wrong. How is leg velocity wrong? It's in this step. That's it. All right. Crazy things are happening now. Okay. Um. Okay. All right. So, what exactly is happening here then? So the leg is moving too far, but the leg should only be moving by that relative contact. Okay, let me watch this a bit closer. It starts to become a problem once the legs like get near their end. Okay. I'm already seeing a thing happening with this vector in the middle. It's flipping back and forth every frame. But the legs look fine. The legs are looking fine, but I already know the main body's velocity is definitely wrong. So I think that's where I'm going now. All right. I think that's where I'm going now. So back to the main body. So then I have these relative contact velocities. So these should still be forces. Alright, so I guess I'm going to bring back this print and see if this is what's wrong. If I have just something wrong here. Okay, I'm seeing the Z term flip back and forth immediately. So, what's up with that? Well, I guess who starts it? I guess I don't know. Someone's starting it. Someone's doing too much. It is possible that I'm applying friction twice, which may be wrong. Let me see if I just exclude this and see if that... Okay, right, it is. Oh. Okay, so the legs are still jittering. Legs are still jittering. Is it this one? Why would it be this one? It's where I am now compared to where I was. That's how I know my velocity. I mean, maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's because I'm accounting it for... Okay, good. I'm not seeing jitter. All right. Do they move pretty smoothly with it? It looks really good. It looks like they're moving really accurately with the ground. Okay. So that changed. What, am I doing everything now? I mean, this should start to rotate, right? I don't know why it's not rotating, though. It should be rotating. Maybe it's this term, right? I think what I do... Well, yeah, I'm using the ground relative contact velocity. And applying that as movement onto the crawler. What? I'm really confused. I cannot understand what's happening right now. Why is it not turning me? Shouldn't it be turning me? turn this camera off. Yeah, the whole thing should be rotating clockwise. Or counterclockwise. Friction. So this is essentially using this value. This value is computed as the legs change in position relative to the ground. I guess let me print the ground relative to contact. I mean, I guess what it is that angular is something, right? Angular is 0. Whoops. So let me print the angular and see if it's just 0. The dog might bark. Yeah, so I guess I'm looking for... Y is positive the whole time, so it's definitely incurring rotation here. It's just not applying it. Okay, so I'm calculating it. Typos. Go! Please rotate. Oh, it's spinning. The thing is, it's not spinning enough. Why is it not spinning enough? Why don't you spin enough? It's so close. Why doesn't it spin enough? I'm going to sum up leg mass. Right there. And I'm going to print it at the end. I should see it printing like 10. Okay, so it's definitely correct. That's how much the robot weighs. Okay, so I have the right application of leg mass. So then this must be calculating wrong somehow. This just isn't becoming enough. Let me go back to this one. Because I still wonder if this... Because this is essentially, I'm taking this and I'm pulling it out, and I don't like, this should be up here, right? Shouldn't it be up here? Okay, but it's just unstable. That was like really freaky looking, but now it's like really unstable when I do this. Because I'm like constantly undoing this. Finally happened, Star Citizen has hit 1 billion in funding. It was not already at 1 billion. I'm actually a little surprised by that. Why don't you want to spin? Why do you refuse rotation? Okay, here, okay. I guess I can calculate what the force should be. So the force should be roughly equivalent to the rate of rotation that this floor has. This floor, let me print out the floor's rotation, I guess. Again, I put a script on it. Or I guess I can just actually pause at some point and then just remote check it. Roughly 15 degrees per second. So that's the angular velocity. So that velocity should transfer to the robot. It was stuck at 98K for a while. I just want to find out how to buy a ship just to play. Yeah, right. Hello, R1. Yeah. It is a weird way that they do that. Though I wonder if it's possible to actually obtain a ship for free in the game. Like, can you do anything? No, the game is free, right? I can't remember. I played it. I don't remember what the process was, but I do remember paying money. Maybe I don't remember. I have no idea. But I know I played it, and I was like, this is kind of cool, and then I don't know, it just wasn't interesting to me somehow. Something about it just wasn't interesting. Wait, what's going on right now? Oh, this is a diff for like old stuff. Okay. Okay, well, okay. I don't remember what I'm doing. Math. What does it say? 14.7. I'll round up. So I'm looking to see. That's really weird for me. What was that? Something was brushing my feet. I think game is free. Not free as in free beer. Games where you gotta buy a ship. Cheapest $40. Yeah. Wait a second. Wait a second. No. I got my games mixed up. I was thinking about Elite Dangerous. I have not played Star Citizen. I got those two mixed up. But it still stands that I don't remember how I got a ship, but I think you had to buy a ship. Or you got a free, you buy the game, you get a free ship, but then you can buy ships. I think I gave it an honest try. I thought it was like really cool. Their flight simulation. I did like a PvP thing and I'm like, wow, I could like really get into it, but it wasn't very interesting. Because I think other than like PvP, the core gameplay is just pick mission, put cargo on your ship, and then wait 5 minutes for your ship to arrive at the destination. And you kind of don't want anything to happen because if something does happen, you lose a lot of money. It's kind of actually, you know what? If I'm just remembering it right, that just kind of has the same exact loop as Extraction shooter. You get the good stuff and you hope nothing happens because you're probably just gonna die instantly, and then you're gonna lose everything. I heard they messed up Vulcan in the last update. Which shows a game the scale of the theoretical Star Citizen. No Man's Sky is bigger, right? There's some kids have grown up and gone to college and the game isn't out yet. Yeah. Alright, so I calculate a acceleration of... Or what would be an acceleration? Basically, I want to go from 0 to this in a single step is kind of the idea. So the acceleration should be... No, it's not. No Man's Sky is day and night from Star Citizens. Well, you just said the scale. The scale of it. You didn't say anything about content. You just said, like, the scale. Skills and mechanics, too, and everything. Okay. Well, I mean, I also can just look at this. So what's this one's rotation right now? It's like a tenth of it. Angular damp might be having a factor, but I'm gonna reduce that quite heavily. I don't think that even actually would have done anything. Also, doesn't character controller apply that at the start? Yeah, that's actually kind of an intense acceleration, I think. On even small rotations. Well, actually, no, I know it's not. Because I see it kind of... I don't know. I'm just going to reduce it. Yeah, it's like really slow to rotate. Gosh, too many things, too many things. I'm going to print this out again. So I'm really like 1, 2, 3. So that would mean that is actually a really low acceleration. Well, it's an acceleration of 3 degrees per second. So after a second, it'll be turning 3 degrees per second. And it's just obviously not doing that. Okay. So I'm supposing that somewhere in here is taking that off when it should not be taking it off. Yeah, the value's like not really increasing at all. In fact, it like drops down a lot. So the fact that it decreases frame to frame, that means that I'm doing something else somewhere that's decreasing it. So I guess I'm just going to see a difference and see where. So I'll do... some debug values. Yeah, so I'll just do... And then I will print the change. Okay. I guess I'll just start in the most obvious place. I'll run it down here and see. Okay, so that's really minimal. And then I check here, and I should probably see like almost 0, right? Yeah, so there's basically no change. Basically no change. So it's not here yet. So solve rotation perhaps does this. And I should see a subtraction to y. Alright, that's a very large subtraction to y. So it's obviously happening somewhere in solve rotation. So what are you doing? Why are you doing this? I mean, I guess that's exactly what it's supposed to do, right? Move towards target angular. Target angular is limited angular, which is just trying to stop rotation, is what this is doing. This is trying to stop rotation. Okay, so I shouldn't be trying to stop rotation. I should be trying to stop relative... I should be trying to stop rotation relative to the ground. So if I'm standing on a platform that's rotating, I just want to say my angular velocity is 10, if the ground is 10, I'm happy, right? That should be what's happening. So this should try to match the rotation of the ground. Target rotation still works. I need to see where I read an angular velocity. Where do I read angular velocity? Oh, I don't even, actually, I literally don't even consider it. So I think what then I mean to do here, what? Why is it actually doing this? It doesn't start with a target direction. So why is it doing this? This is like the target one, right? Yeah. Hmm. Right. So I think first of all, I need the angular velocity of the ground. Which I guess is basically this angular leg acceleration. But it's also maybe kind of not. It is. The body, yeah, okay. So angular leg acceleration How do I bring this back out to be like the the tar the target, what? Yeah, so still have a target direction. What am I trying to say? This is like the main body trying to stabilize rotation. But it also has this yaw where it says, okay, well, I want to look this way. Right? So these are target directions. This is a target angular direction. But I want to make it so that I also try to match the angular rotation that my legs are applying back. Or rather treat this as like a proper direction, right? So these are treated as directions. These are not treated as... I mean, preferred right and preferred forward. Preferred forward is just the direction my legs are currently facing. Drawing that line. So yeah, this is like a target direction. Which when the legs spin, that actually should affect where I'm looking. Because now it's like, all right, my legs are like this, so I should probably turn my body like this to match the legs, right? So that's what this is doing. But then it's not relative to... do I just add the angular velocity? Seems like bad. This seems bad. But maybe it's correct. So I maintain whatever angular velocity I have right now. And I say move towards angular velocity plus my target angular. Or should it be minus the target angular? I mean, the thing is, I've kind of like abandoned these. I don't understand. Should just be angular velocity plus the target angular. I'm not sure. Roll assigned angle to current right to preferred right. So if I'm on the spot, then I say 0. I don't want to do anything. If I'm over, it would be like a negative. So it'd be angular velocity plus that negative, right? So maybe this is what it should be. So for now, it looks like it's fine. But I think when we try to rotate, it's going to totally mess up. Yeah, it's kind of like... I mean, it's kind of getting there, but it's really bad. Yeah, basically can't do it. Well, actually, I mean, it's kind of working out. It seems like it can't rotate fast enough. That may be a thing. So maybe it should be, if rotation overshoot is actually like 0.2, should this be limited angular sine rotation rate, maximum rotation speed when turning? Let me try this. It should be able to look at me because it's rotating at 15 degrees per second, and it can rotate like 180 degrees per second. Really? Really? Did it even do anything? Yeah, rotation rate's at 180 degrees per second. It can totally overpower that. So... Man, I don't know. Should it just be... What if I did this? This might be too much. This might just like totally... There it goes. Okay. Oh, man. Well, okay, I'm gonna think about this. The max angular is... Um... How do I account for it? How do I account for it? How do I account for it? Okay, I think I know what I should actually do. I think I should just say, just that. I sum to what I want it to be. So now it should rotate. And if I tell it to look at me, that's better. But it can never quite get there. Alright, start walking. Though I know that you can't because you struggle for some reason with walking. It struggles pretty badly walking. It's looking a lot better. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, it's actually gonna be lunch, so I'm gonna grab lunch too. I will be back, and I'll probably commit this, and then I'll eat. I'm back. I've got food and I'm going to eat. Actually, I said I was gonna, I think I'm ready to commit this probably. This is working well enough, though it seems like it, yeah, I think this is probably meant to be like a 1 plus. Would that make sense? Wow, that's so fast. That is so fast. Save Noma. How did it fall off? Is it not perfectly centered? It was not. Should it be like... I don't even know. This is fine, though I think it's... If this is 0, then it doesn't do anything, right? So this should probably be a 1. But it's like... Then I have a max angular. It's just definitely too fast. I think it's too fast. Let me see if I go the other way. It's probably just too fast, right? Like something around here with the angular and... What if I just wrote... I don't know. How do I just copy this line? I'll just delete it from there. I mean, that seems way better. It does seem way better. So, rotation acceleration just, I guess, just sucks. Go off of this. Why'd you give up looking at me? Is it broken again? It does like one rotation and then it gives up. Man, what? Angular length squared is more than that. That rotation is true. It should just be like... I don't know. What? This is just all bad. It's just all bad. I'm just gonna say to do. This is bad. Please figure it out. That's all I'm gonna say. It rotates way too fast with acceleration. Wait, rotation acceleration is 180 degrees. Oh. Wait. I don't even know. I don't even know. I actually don't even know. I need to rethink a lot of this. Way too fast with acceleration should not well, should care about should care about, I guess, like, yeah, and not counter it, just modify it to try to reach target directions. Just add too many twos. How do I just add? Should just add angular velocity, attempt to reach target directions. Okay. Body friction, right. I need to delete initial angular because I've tracked down what was going on there. Yeah. Leg mass, divide those. There's that. This is bad. And then I don't think I'm doing... No, I am doing some crawler leg stuff. Just not... None of the debug. Everything else is yes. Though I'm not using body velocity anymore. So I think because I'm not using body velocity, I'm just going to go ahead and cut that code entirely. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's right now. I think this is how I should be tracking it. I should just be tracking it as how the leg is moved. Oh, and then I had a realization when I was out there. This should not be here. This should be saved at the end of the update step. I've moved it, and then I save it. Because this is just tracking how has the leg moved since... Because whenever I move it, I don't want to do that. I don't want to move it to apply friction like that. So that, I think, was stopping it from walking. Okay, no, it's just totally dumb right now. It's just gonna whip up and accelerate off in the distance. All right. By the way, I think it's better because I bet, looking at what that was doing, if I were to bring it, back up here, I won't see that bounce, right? I didn't see that bounce when I had it here. Way less bouncing happened, right? So, yeah. This should be after I do every movement thing, and it still seems like it still can't walk. So I have to figure out what that means. The first steps are good, but then... Yeah, like what's... It's doing an early step when it's like 2 centimeters away. Maybe that's it. Maybe the early step is really overtuned right now. It's a Dark Souls special attack. Yeah. And, yep. It's rotating so fast. How will I fix it from walking on the opposite side of walls? I've got an idea. This is probably like a terrible idea. I'll do this after here. Fix walking on the wrong side of surfaces. Virtual clipping. One idea is to ray trace along the bones of the chain, and if it intersects anything the crawler bodies ignore any ground cast contact. That's kind of expensive because it'd be like every single tick we're doing 3 raycasts. It'd be like raycast here, raycast here, raycast here, and then it would... Well, actually, I guess it would just do raycast until it hits the main body, and then if it hits the main body... Yeah. If it hits the main body, consider it good. So we're basically raycasting, ignoring the leg bodies. And when we hit the main body, Or if we just reach the end, then we say we're good. Like I said, that requires several checks. I guess I could only do that check if I'm going from non-grounded to grounded, so I'm trying to turn on a ground state. If I'm actively grounded, then I don't care. I'll just say, yeah, we were grounded last frame, we're still grounded now, we'll just accept it. Okay. Wait, what? Oh yeah, this is loading. Okay, that's right. An extra new line there. This dog. We were out there for so long. Dude. No idea Epic owns Rocket League. Neither did I. We've been in here barely 10 minutes, I think. Oh no, I guess it's been like 50 minutes. Why do you need to go back out? I have had my food sitting and I still haven't eaten yet because I wanted to commit this first before I started eating. Which is probably really stupid of me. I should probably have just eaten it and then done this after I ate. Okay, so I'm committing everything but the scene change, and I need to add... Okay, the dog gave up. And then yes to the rest of it, it's just A. Yeah. Okay, so leg should only be that. I'll double check that the staged changes are actually all correct. Okay. Crawler character, I should be adding all of it. I should be adding all of it. I just won't send that one. Alright. And I gotta go take the dog out before I... Improve collision, friction for virtual legs. Crawler also has slightly better rotation. Still bad. Crawler now reacts correctly to leg forces, friction, and impacts. It's almost like UI can be more convenient sometimes. What do you mean? What do you mean? What else was there? Nothing? Okay. I just don't know what I said that made you say that. Was that it? It was just that? Okay. Dog? Red? Dog? You go outside? Of course. That message was a while ago? No, it wasn't. I reacted to it immediately. What? Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, I'm ready to eat now. Let's go over here. Wait, is this platform not centered? Why do you have such a weird position? Why does it have a weird position? It seems to be rotating a little bit when it probably shouldn't be doing this. Switch to OG Doom sprites and give up. No. It's like wobbling. What you eating? I've got a chicken sandwich. With the lettuce, pickles, cheddar cheese. You can send something. Boil eggs. I don't like boiled eggs. I prefer just like fried or otherwise scrambled or something. Oh, it's drifting off. There's one thing that I will be sure to do. The spring cast might have some sort of like I guess grip parameter so that it can track. Somehow it needs to be able to track a position on a local body or on its, I mean, it'll basically do two things. It'll set it up like it's a positional constraint join. So it saves where it is on the crawler and it saves where it is on the ground. And then after physics tick runs, or maybe I just even literally create a physics constraint or a point constraint or something. Whenever I want it to be grounded, I like activate it. So that what happens is this is moving really strangely right now. It does look cool though. So basically tick to tick, it should be trying to maintain its position on bodies. Even through collisions. I guess that's fine if it doesn't work through collisions. Because then at least on my side I can check how far did it move? Well, I guess here's the real problem. Anything that I do on my side as a response to the physics server step, there's going to be a single frame of lag in between them. So if the physics server has moved it, it's going to render there. And then I'm going to come back afterwards and say, actually, I don't like where that's at. Let's move it back. So I guess preferably if I were to have grip, I guess it would have to be, there it goes. I guess it would have to be a point constraint that I actually set up on the server. Okay. I'll see what this is. Basically, if I have a proper grip system for the legs, then it should not be slowly drifting off. And same thing for me. I'd put that on my character too, so I wouldn't be slowly drifting from platforms that I'm moving. Whoa.
Everything that happens in
I have this really low. Why is it so loud?
Every bullet loaded, every weapon fired, every base built, and every building destroyed.
Okay, but I can barely hear him.
Decisions made by one of 100 players in the match to help their team win and earn themselves cash. Because of our cash system, every second-to-second choice has weight and value, giving you a reason to keep playing. Ultimately, we're putting high-stakes tactical team play back into all-out warfare.
There are three pillars to our tactical depth and team play. Believable foundations, depth and decision making, and player-driven all-out warfare.
From day one, we deliberately used real-world references as a foundation for everything we added to the game. From weaponry to vehicles and equipment, so that everything you see and hear in the game feels grounded and believable.
For us to stop maintaining their CryEngine for?
Early on in the development of our game, our animation and audio teams traveled to shooting ranges to get a better feel for how the weapons that we have in the game
Their fork?
feel in real life.
Or like all of CryEngine?
To achieve what we want with War Dogs, just using Unreal Engine isn't enough, which is why we've built our own framework on top of Unreal that we call War Dynamics.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I saw something interesting to me on the title of one of
Just
these
using Unreal
graphs.
Engine isn't enough, which is why we've built our own framework.
Bone damage over distance. Okay, so this is... Okay. It's a Google sheet. It's really nicely formatted. What is happening in the middle? What are these... These numbers are just squashed on top of each other. I saw bone damage over distance and I thought a bone is moving and dealing damage based on distance, and I'm like, that would be good to know. No, this is like bullet hits your body. How much damage does that deal? This is Warhouse, the guys who made Kingdom Come Deliverance. Warhorse, yeah.
On top of Unreal that we call...
I will say it does... I feel like going from CryEngine to Unreal Engine is definitely just a downgrade. That can't be an upgrade ever.
War Dynamics.
I don't know why they would do that. I mean, I guess part of it is because you save money, because then your team doesn't have to know doesn't have to learn your custom proprietary engine. If you do Unreal, everyone can learn Unreal at home. Which I think is also sad. Games make so much money. I don't think you need to be pinching pennies with like a week of onboarding for a new dev. Like, there's no way. You're going to be working on the game for like 2 years. It's going to take them like a week or 2 weeks to like get up to speed with an engine, if they're good. That is since the guy always craps on Yui on Twitter. Huh? Who?
The War Dynamics framework.
What do you doubt? That I think going from CryEngine to Unreal Engine is a definite downgrade. I don't know what I said would be wrong there. It's an upgrade. I don't believe it. There's no way. CryEngine I'm pretty sure CryEngine just definitely has better visuals than Unreal Engine.
Enables us to accurately simulate weapon ballistics and flight models from real-world data.
We added bullet drop based on real-world ballistic coefficients, including true-to-life velocity and air resistance calculated based on each bullet's mass, diameter, and drag model.
Bullets react to different surface types with their own penetration values and ricochet potential, based on ammo type, caliber, impact angle, and velocity at the point of impact.
For our helicopters, we hired and flew in an aerospace engineer to make sure our flight mechanics were grounded in realism and have the depth that we want to provide for skilled pilots before making tweaks to make general flying more approachable to more people. And that's important to understand. We're in no way using realism in the pursuit of becoming the world's most realistic shooter. Instead, we're using it as the foundation to lay a believable depth to the game and make every loadout decision have a lasting consequence for your account balance.
In terms of audio, our priority is that the mix makes you feel grounded in the ambience and believability of the world, whilst balancing that with subtly dialed up gameplay cues for key information when you're going to need it most. From hearing a volume distinction between the friendly and enemy footsteps, to subtle confirmation audio of each successful shot on the target, without the need for the UI clutter. These gameplay-driven audio cues allow you to react and adapt to threats in the heat of the moment.
This guy just vaporizes. Wow.
Another example is whiz-bys. From hearing a single whiz-by shot, you can understand the grouping of the caliber, whether it's small, medium, or large, and if the weapon was suppressed, and the direction of the shooter. So for 9mm rounds, they will sound and feel less threatening, as they deal lower damage and have a different sonic signature compared to a sniper.
I do like that they specifically went over not having a UI confirmation of a landed shot and using a subtle sound instead of like Call of Duty where the X appears on the screen and you hear like a very loud sound, very loud pop sound. All this so a kid will scream a slur to me on proxy chat after he shoots me. What?
So for 9mm rounds, they will sound and feel less threatening, as they deal lower damage and have a different sonic signature compared to a sniper cracking a 50 cal round right past your head. Or an artillery shell about to impact right next to you. And you won't need a PhD in ballistics or an ammo chart on your second monitor either. The in-game vendor will only show you the ammo types that can be packed into magazines that are compatible with your weapon.
However, every loadout choice comes with trade-offs that will affect your playstyle, which you need to consider when building your loadout.
When you spawn in, the first thing you'll see in your team spawn is the equipment vendor.
War Dogs doesn't force you into playing set roles. Instead, you make choices and unlock items based on how you like to play. With loads of weapons, equipment, and items available to choose from, you have to carefully consider your inventory size. Balancing items available to choose from.
Is it just a drill in here? What are these supposed to do? Hang on. Oh, I was right on it.
Choose from.
Wrench, light drill, heavy drill. What? Okay, I think I get it. I think that, okay, so fuel obvious. Wrench, light drill, and heavy drill would repair it. It just depends on how much you want to pay and how much of inventory you can spare. Is my thinking. I just saw the drills and I'm like, what? Why are there drills? Okay.
You have to carefully consider your inventory size.
The tires?
Available to choose from. You have to.
Oh, construction. Okay. Tires. Like a wall.
Carefully consider your inventory size.
You gotta
Balancing
replace the
how much
tires
you
on your
want to
vehicles
carry,
too.
which affects your weight and movement speed, and most importantly, balancing the cost of your overall loadout.
And that's why when we say depth, we don't just mean gunplay. The depth in War Dogs is in your personalized strategy of how you want to play and to try and make a profit.
Yes, what I was doing, I was just so
Knowing
far
that
past
an
it.
RPG with
It was like
rockets could
30
cost you
frames
about
back.
$3,000, but could earn you $10,000 if you destroy a packed enemy little bird, forces you to make split-second decisions between high-cost, high-reward shots and throwing your cash away if you miss.
Remember, team play items and actions that help your team win, such as purchasing bandages to help teammates or transporting players back to the control zone, are key for making cash and leveling up your account. However, no one strategy is king. With 100-player warfare and every player playing in their own way across 3 teams, War Dogs becomes this unpredictable sandbox you have to adapt to.
Ultimately, War
They might have solved a problem that I think Battlefield has. Because if an RPG isn't just like an inventory slot, and it slows you down, it has lots of negatives, vehicles are going to be able to actually do something instead of everyone or half the team carrying an RPG and just firing it as often as they want at your vehicle, or then intentionally dying and respawning just to get it again. If money is the value and like your score, then a whole team running RPGs would basically just be countered by people not using the vehicles. Or if they miss, then they can't just go kill themselves and try again, because that would drop their... That'd be more detrimental than just having like a 1 credit down on your team spawns. You're not financially incentivized to play as those classes everyone hates. What? You're not incentivized to play? You're now incentivized to play. Yeah. I mean, I think people like playing medic anyway. Another problem that I saw in Battlefield, people do not... There's 2 things. 2 silly things. People do not wait for you to be rezzed. They will just instantly respawn, even though it like puts on screen medic 2 meters away, right? And I would assume it would also stop people from picking the class and then never rezzing anybody. Ever. I've seen that too. There'd be like one guy who's playing medic and he never ever uses the thing to resurrect. Like he will be sitting, he will like be laying down next to you, just not doing it. Not being shot at, nothing's going on. So now it's like, if you put that on your class, you're probably going to do it. And if people go down, they're probably want to like wait as long as possible because they're going to like lose their whole inventory, I guess. Or just, it's going to be more detrimental than like -1 point. It'll be like minus 10,000 if you had some expensive kit.
Drugs is a game about choices, never locking people into set ways to play each match. Instead, allowing 100 players to decide how they want to
And also,
play
why would you put,
ever-evolving battlefield.
you would never put any
So how do you play War Dogs? How would you
revive
describe your
kits
playstyle?
if you never plan to use them, right?
The minute I'm
You just
playing
wouldn't, they're,
Recon, playing a
you're just
sniper, I
wasting
wanna
your time.
pop heads. I'm so good at listening to the game and thinking enemy out there, and knowing roughly if I can take a shot safely.
I'm typically a team's pilot, dropping people off, bringing supplies to the front lines.
Okay, also, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, but when your developers are actually playing the game and they're talking about playing the game, this first guy actually said, the thing is, I also believe them. I've seen other videos do this. I actually believe this guy. Why do I believe him?
Playing Recon, playing a sniper, I want to pop heads. I'm so good at listening to the game and thinking enemy out there, and knowing roughly if I can take a shot safely.
I'm typically a team.
I guess just that line was actually just a good line. It actually makes me think he wasn't scripted to say that. I don't believe in him. I believe him because he's not saying... It wasn't totally just like... what's the word? I don't know. He wasn't just blasting vocabulary. He was like, he described a process of how he plays the game. He describes that he's listening to know if he can shoot somebody, I guess. Right? Like he's, because if you have a sniper, I assume the idea is that if there's someone close to you, you probably don't want to shoot because then you're going to give your position away. If no one's close to you, then you're good. Or if there's a lot of gunfire happening, then you're probably also good to shoot because it'll blend in.
Team's pilot, dropping people off, bringing supplies to the front lines. I get a load of money for people surviving the landings, and then every kill and assist that they do in the zone.
This one is a little bit because he's actually like talking more about what the game does and not what he does.
To me, so if they kill a person,
Yeah.
I get some of the money for that.
Builder is probably my top one. Early game, your base isn't going to be doing much, but later in the game, you can really drastically swing the course of the whole match.
I play mostly assault. Yeah, I play quite like aggressive, like pushing people, killing people.
Also, they also look like real people
Later
too.
in the game, you can really drastically swing.
Also, was that just Fortnite? This was Fortnite. This is straight up
Early game,
Fortnite.
your base isn't going to be doing much, but later in the game,
Hit
you can
the
really drastically
yellow
swing
cross
the course of the whole
to do a
match.
critical build.
I play mostly assault.
What's he got over here? This is VS Code. Wait, is this VS Code? I can't tell. I can't read any of this. 4K. It's so blurry. Yeah, they also look like real people too, which helps. Because it's also like... Actually, wait. Programmer, hang on. I've said this many times. They just have like design leads talking all the time. That's all that they do. Here, hey dude, you're literally working on something. You are a programmer. I don't know what Farmer Health is. Farmer Heath? Lewis Heath? Farmer Heath? Wait, what is this? I don't know what that bit is. Anyway, here's someone who's actually doing some work here, and he plays the game.
Yeah, I play quite like aggressive, like pushing people, killing people. Obviously, you count as more people in the hot zone, you get more cash as well. So it's like you are benefiting the team, but you're also benefiting yourself in a way because
His
you're earning money
pronouns.
by being in the hot zone and doing actions in the hot zone.
I like to think my playstyle is quite unique.
Oh, that's their gamer tag. This is Jilloman1.
Style is quite unique. Drop down at the top of a tower, try and sweep the tower, get in and out, get the code, and then move on to the next one. get that tower code, and then they can call the hot zone to that tower.
Okay, well, I know what mechanic he designed in the game.
I may not be playing a massive role, but it'll be the smaller roles like that which kind of help determine when
This
the
is so
waves
Gamergate
and
and
pace of
woke.
the game
I won't
can
buy it.
change over the course of the match.
I mean, at least they don't look like someone who's reporting you to HR. Like talking about sometimes what you designed isn't very fun. I had to learn that lesson. I've been in the industry for 10 years. I just realized that my decisions sometimes aren't fun.
Because you're earning more money by being in the hot zone and doing actions in the hot zone.
Well, I just went back too far.
Get hot zone, the smaller game can change.
All of the roles coalesce over a single thing. That's when it is like peak War Dogs. When you get a hot zone being called to a base, you've got people breaching, you've got tanks.
The dialogue sounds like HRs in the room. Yeah.
Infantry fighting inside and around the base.
I can be a bastard to people building bases on the enemy teams, or build like the anti-aircraft missile launcher. I will just swap over to the attack helicopter, the Havoc.
Okay, yeah, this guy also plays the game because he's talking about what he does.
Everything's happening. Artillery raining down. People are scrambling.
It's a game changer. The attack helicopter, the Havoc. It's a game changer.
Everything's happening. Artillery raining down.
Okay, well that one also didn't make any sense, but I'm sure it's just, you know, editing, they chop it so hard.
And suddenly a logistics driver smashes through the gates. And I don't think it's down to one role. It's down to what happens when they all come together.
This blend of real risk and sandbox freedom, when combined with our tactical depth and
Power Software's
mix
Korean,
of
I'm not sure.
realism and approachability, means War Dogs is bringing high-stakes team play and depth back into all-out warfare.
Also, this was a good thing. In a game like Battlefield, the only objective is to reduce the enemy's respawn counter. You're not really getting anything from actually benefiting the team. Someone pointed out that ragdoll when he gets hit by the artillery. The thing is, it like starts with an animation and then he flies off way faster. Like, why? Why did they do that?
Won't need a PhD in ballistics.
Yeah, that's cool. Who was the first one?
Roles. Instead, you make choices and unlock items playing set roles. War Dogs does.
What did I start talking?
Ultimately, War Dogs is a game about choices.
Play War Dogs. How would you describe your playstyle?
In Battlefield.
So how do you play War Dogs? How would you describe your playstyle?
At the minute, I'm playing Recon, playing a sniper. I want to.
QA manager. Yeah, he has to play the game.
Pop heads.
His role is literally to play the game.
I'm so good at listening to the game and thinking enemy out there, and knowing
People off, bringing supplies to the front line. I'm typically a team's pilot, dropping people off, assist that they.
At least they got one programmer.
Person, I get some of the money for that.
And someone who wasn't on design.
There's probably my top one.
Half of them were design, which is really sad. But yeah, the one guy is like
Of course, of the whole match.
an actual
I play
programmer.
mostly assault. Yeah, I play quite like.
The rest of the programs are Claude. That's the only programmer in the studio. That guy. Well, actually, you know what? On the bright side, hang on. Since this is a UE game,
Drastically swing the course of the whole match.
I play most.
and he doesn't have a blueprint open, that's good. He doesn't have a blueprint on the screen. He's actually writing. He's actually looking at code. Is this just like a ketchup bottle? Or that's what this is. This is a sauce thing, right? Is that what this is? Or would that be like hand lotion? Sauce or hand lotion? One of the two. Okay. Programmers are weird. I agree. I would agree with that. Oh my god. He just turned around and is rolling at me really fast. Hand lotion? Stop. What? You can have hand lotion. Okay. I'll be back. Lunch break over. I'm back. Also, I forgot compile days. Needs to go up. One. All right. So, what now? I think I just mark that, and then I think I have to still send. Mark that. Fix walking on the wrong side of surfaces, virtual clipping. Ray trace along the bones of the chain. If it intersects anything but the crawler bodies, ignore any ground cast contact. If it's the main body, consider it a good ground. Yeah, I think the trick there is probably to reduce, or the way to reduce checks is probably maybe even putting it on a timer too. If we did not have ground before and the ground cast is providing a good ground surface that we can collide with, or mark as being ground, then we do a ray cast from the end bone all the way up. If that fails, then maybe I set like I think I probably should count it like frames. So I probably set like a 10 frame delay. So in 10 more frames, we'll try again. Right. So let's just stop clipping. That should basically just stop it from rolling over constantly. But I'm gonna leave that where it is right now. Okay. Change leg step behavior to be mostly an internal state and act when unexpectedly removed from the ground. Legs should not pay attention to any step parameters of other legs, only the ground and comfort state. In fact, it is probably best to think of steps as roughly asking the neighbors. I guess not roughly, but exactly. If this leg would like to take a step, then it has to ask if all of its neighbors are fine. Its cross neighbors and its cross neighbors and it'd actually be kind of like the two different questions. Actually, I don't think that even matters. Never mind. It'll ask its adjacent and diagonal neighbors. I think it should just ask all of those, right? It steps with diagonal and it steps against adjacent. Is that always true? Yeah. But before I do that, I would like to get it to be walking correctly first. Because I think what's happening is that the early step distance is 0.15. I feel like I somehow just like keep breaking it all the time too. Okay, so I basically can't accelerate right now. So I think I need to get the acceleration. I need to figure that out. Why it's not accelerating. I'm doubtful of it being lag. I probably don't need to have these open. Okay. So this is custom pre-movement forces. Crawler character has no linear damping. So we're good there. I'm going to turn the angular damping off on this. I think there's just no need for it. It's such a low value already, and it's kind of also not doing anything. I just don't want to worry about that. Okay, so I'm just going to do this again. Initial velocity equals state linear velocity. And then I print the change. Maybe I can figure out how to solve this first. We're adding a bunch of vertical. Why? I guess this is... Yeah. I think it's already wrong. Because it does have this bouncing thing happening all the time. That's way better. That's way, way better. So now I need to put it on here and make sure this isn't somehow... There's no way that was even fixing it either. Yes, just be way more stable now. Though it does have some drift, so that's fine. What if I just had you move over this way? Yeah, just like really struggles to walk. Okay. All right. Step. Okay. Stabilizing. Jeez. Too many eyes. All right. I commented out and then I leave the code though. Whoa. Why is that such an intense rotation? Okay, goodbye. All right, cool. So this is good now. Though, why does it say that old... I guess old angular is not used? Leg ratio is not used? Was it really only used here? Really? Interesting. I guess I will just cut that and paste it here. Just so it's clear what this was before. I want to leave it because I feel like it's possible I can come back here in the future and say, oh, this section is supposed to be stabilizing, so let's not incur any changes, but that wouldn't make any sense. And it's already super stable without it, so I think it's totally fine. Interesting. I think just the response is wrong. Whoa. I do see something here. technically, when I apply the impact force, I am not limiting the force. I think I need to limit that force strongly. Because I think what happens is that when I do that hit, the leg calculates its velocity to be incredibly high, because it would be incredibly high. Like a big impulse just happened. But then it applies that impulse back instantly, which is probably wrong. You know, let me see what, what's going on. Did I miss? I did not. Okay. Yeah, see, that velocity doesn't make sense, right? I hit it there, and its velocity is to push it up. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that reaction is just definitely wrong. And I think it's because it's incorporating leg velocities, which basically doing that would push the whole thing into the ground slightly, but then because it's doing like a perfect rebound, it does that. Okay, I think it may just be that I need like a softening factor here or something. So I might just say like times 0.5. That velocity vector is just crazy. That's just a crazy vector. I mean, it's a little bit better, I guess. I mean, I guess if this is technically supposed to be a spring, there's like a damping factor where I don't know. 0.5 is way better though. 0.5 is definitely way better than having a perfect response. So the rotation's kind of crazy though. I also don't really know why it's falling over. Why can't you walk towards me? Double rotation? Yeah, there's definitely some like really weird stuff happening, but what if I just had no impact force? Is that what's doing this? Okay, so it's not what's doing that. But it does have some weird issue with this direction of motion. And it just looks like another stupid double rotation thing. Or it's somehow only able to go in one way because of how rotation vectors are like rotating twice. Alright, well, I don't think it's that. So 0.5 is still good. 0.5 is still fine. It can only effectively travel on like the positive and negative x-axis. No. Don't roll away. Ooh, it's fine. It's funny, I can make it jump up like that if I hit it just right. Yep. Oh man, I just want to go to sleep. It's happening again. I can't like stay awake. And my feet hurt because I already stood so long. I want to stand again. But I have to. Alright, I don't think I need to do this. I think it's pretty clear that the problem right now is not that. It cannot travel on the z-axis somehow. I don't understand how, but it can. X-axis travel is just fine. Z-axis travel is not okay. Alright, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna try to take a short break and see if I can get through it and come back. Right. I will be back in a bit. I need to get a timer so I can put it up on the stream because I think it'd be nice to have that. I'll be back later. Let's see if I can do it. Right, so this was an improvement. I'm still looking to see where it's dragging though. There's a weird effect where it can only go left and right. On like the positive X and positive X and positive and negative X. Right, but now there's this. So standing here, it is subtracting a little bit of X and adding a little bit of Z. If I were to stand here, it is subtracting a little bit of Z and adding a little bit of X. So it looks like it's doing the same thing either way. There. So I suppose that's not it. Rotation. I mean, I expect to see this always be 0. Yeah. Okay. I believe those are the only forces that I actually apply to it. Yeah, I don't know where else it actually does anything. Huh. Desired direction. Let's just print desired direction. So almost entirely a positive Z, so the direction is good. I guess I'll walk around it to make sure. Positive X, positive Z, equal parts roughly. Yes, the direction looks good there. It seems like it's not anything I'm doing. Which I suppose means it can only be a problem with character controller. I guess I'll print out the forward, or do debug for the forward. It looks good. I'm not subtracting anything. So is it really on character controller that's broken? It's going to be doing it for both of us, so I need to make sure that somehow this doesn't do for me. I think it's just that simple. Interesting. It says the velocity is like 1 on the Z immediately. Wait, why is it printing twice? Oh, this is the target direction. Okay, so it is adding 0.06 to the velocity, which should line up with acceleration. Yep. That's exactly what it should be. So then I guess I set initial velocity probably to this. And then I'm gonna start printing out at the top the changes to see what's happening. Because someone around here is deleting velocity. In general, this should just be 0. But if I see negatives, then I know that it's... Okay, so it has the same velocity that I said last time. Good. I guess I'll go here. I need to put my... Okay, I need to make this not be rotating, and then just put the player directly in front of them. Okay. No changes so far. Spring solve forces shouldn't be doing anything. Nothing. Good. Okay, so I know that at least by this point, nothing has changed. So I'll just see if this stuff makes sense. So that's gravity, but I should see no... Yes, you see like linear changes, but those are nothing. That's like air friction, basically. So that's nothing. Alright, so I know by here it's still fine. So is it really just custom pre-movement forces is actually stopping it then? Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing like the same value, like a point. It's taking off 0.6 every single frame. So it's totally stopping yourself from accelerating. Completely stopping itself from accelerating. Okay, so somewhere inside custom pre-movement forces is doing it then. I'm going to call it an early. Gotta be at pick up at 6 a.m. We'll see you around. All right, yeah, see you. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so it's definitely in here. Is it here then? Alright, don't do that. Give it a second to settle. Why does it only apply the z-axis though? I mean, it's also on the x, but it's way less on the x-axis. It's such a weird thing. All right, so acceleration there is doing that. But on this axis, it somehow overpowers it, which is super strange. I mean, I say it's overpowering it, it still looks like it's totally stopping it. It's just that it already has this acceleration, so it's fine. Okay. But, like, even having it rotate, even having it face this way is still fine. But it is still totally stopping its acceleration. Such a weird thing is happening here. How is it direction dependent? Got an idea. Essentially, it involves moving this to be in a different place. Instead of calculating it here, well, Okay, maybe I think that I should snap it to where it should be, and then I update that. I'll just see what happens if I move it. If I move this down here. I have some ideas of what... why is the comfort radius so large, too? That's just insane. Okay. So definitely not. Maybe it's like if I move with the ground, then I count that against my ground relative contact velocity. What's the name for this one? I can barely do this. A name. Name for this variable. It is supposed to be the it is supposed to be when do I have to discard the body motion? It's like the leg moves forward and then it drags on the ground. But if I'm taking a step, I don't want to apply that as friction from that leg. I would rather not do that. So I guess what I do is when I'm going to apply friction, I check how I'm moving, and I discount that from the leg's friction. Does that make sense? So if I'm moving forward and the leg is pulling me backwards, I subtract that. But only if I... No, it's like... Okay, so the way that walking is technically working is that I gain forward velocity by pushing the leg back. So maybe it's that whatever push back the leg gives, I take that and I apply it to acceleration instead of friction. But if I don't want to move anywhere, I don't do that. Okay, so I think I'm not modifying this at all. I leave this how it was. Okay. Alright. Leave that how it is. And the idea is that if I'm moving forward, I take it off as friction. Also, I really should render this as ground friction. Can I render it like that? Debug friction? It doesn't really work. I could have a boolean that says like custom friction. Technically this is a pre-movement force, so I guess I could actually just leave friction in there and then not apply linear. Or compute it as a friction. That's it. I compute it as a friction instead. So calculate ground forces. Friction, this does not add to leg force. But also it really should. So all right, maybe what I do is I just say if I get friction, I apply it as no. Damn. Would it work for averages to just say an average point of the... So I sum up the forces that I'm going to apply, and then I weight an average, I weight a point that it applies at based on the strength of those forces. That's so silly. Just stop. I just want it to render. Okay, here's what I do. I add it. Save linear friction for ground friction. And then I just do this. But this is a force. And an acceleration. Is it state step? Whoa. Yeah. So I should have the same thing now. It's just that now I can now see that friction vector, and it looks like it's applying twice. What the hell? Oh, because I'm not zeroing it now. All right. There we go. Are you going to stop? What? Oh, is friction already stepped? Oh, friction is already stepped. Okay. So don't do that. There we go. Now it's back to what I remember. Yep. Okay. Why is the result different on this axis? It just doesn't make any sense. Why is it different on this axis? What am I printing still? Just take that off for a second. Like, it's such a different result. Yeah, that makes me upset. I don't know why I'm doing this. I do this a lot where I just want to like think about why it could be and then start testing, but really all I have to do is just think about how I could debug that. How could I debug that? I guess I just look at the acceleration and I say, what should the acceleration here have been? Why is it not this value? And then do that, right? But also, like, I think the accelerations are correct. It's somehow related to friction or something. Yeah, I'm too tired. I gotta go out there. All right. Well, still a day with progress, at least. It's definitely in a better place. It's almost able to walk again. I've definitely got my frictions super good. That still sucks, but that's been a long time problem, so it kind of doesn't even count. Yeah, this is nice. That this is now happening, this is nice. I kind of want to see it drop from a tall height. What was that? Huh. Why do its legs just not even try there? Why do they just not even try? If it's at 1, does this work? Wow. Okay. It strangely just keeps accelerating. Why? Because this should reach the ground and then start saying, How is that not slowing it down? It is still speeding up. I'm curious. I'm reducing it by negative 0.25 per tick. But it is increasing. That's just crazy. So something else is adding that back? I don't know. Hey, Absurd Doom. Bad timing. I'm actually stopping right now. I'm just way too tired at the moment. I just want to do a quick test before I got off, and now I see like another problem, so I guess I'll write it down. Wait, am I applying it in the wrong way? No. No, the Y velocity is decreasing. That's what that means. Can you share your fast fetch? Sure, I think. I can't remember what I don't think I have that. Oh no, I have that. I thought I was showing something else. This. That's what I got. Yeah, but I'm done. I'm too tired. All right. Well, thanks for watching. That's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.